Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmile2. And if you are watching YouTube and like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And don't say feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Other way, you're hoping a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, one sec. I need to go ahead and go check sound. Unless somebody pops in like the next 5 seconds. Alright, let's just see. How's it sound? Hello, hello, hello? Okay, we good. The sound might still be a little... The music in the background might be a little too loud still, so... Anyway, I was gonna do Hightail because I did say I was gonna do it yesterday, but then I decided, what if the internet doesn't come back again or whatever, or it decides to just cut out? Because I don't know why it went out yesterday. So I decided I'd rather play a game that I don't have as much... I'm not gonna spend 2 hours waiting to see, maybe it comes back, maybe it doesn't. That's just how I feel. Plus I can just kind of sit back and chill and just kind of do some back and work kind of stuff. So, you know, how it is. Kind of. So I guess if people want me to flip over to Hightail or anything like that, I'm willing. I don't know, I just feel my curse to not ever actually do creative mode on it. Yeah. I guess there's that. No. Alright, as I said before, I wanted to decide how did I want to do this. I do kind of like the idea of just clearing it all the way out, all the way back with here, and then just having that be extra space effectively. Even though that means I'm gonna need like a bunch of torches and stuff, which is fine. So there is that. I'll have to make sure this side is fully lit, but since I want to have the lava go all the way back and everything anyway, I think it'll be fine, because it's not that far back. It's just a little bit. Just a little bit, but I do need torches for the moment. Not just for you guys to see, but to ensure nothing spawns. Because I don't believe in it. Buna has awoken. Anyway, it's also why I waited to just make sure before I actually started, because I didn't want to actually have started streaming and then the internet literally just goes out. Because that would have been annoying. I just don't feel like doing that, so yeah. I'll probably need another box at some point soon. But for now, we're just gonna grab some coal up here. But maybe I'll just do the green light ones, the copper ones. Because then I could turn them into whatever later. Here, we'll even do 9. Yeah. Or 8. That was 9. Oh, I already had 8. Never mind. Yeah. That'll do for now. see if anyone pops in or not. So no, I didn't stream yesterday, and there was no guarantee I'd be able to today or anything. I'm not gonna be able to either way. Mind you, I wish I had been more guaranteed today. Whatever. Anyway, nothing. So if we say it's to here. Eventually, in theory, I should come out. Yeah. Alright. I could even pull it down an extra level or whatever. We'll see. We'll see. In my idea, probably would be better to just try and get some tea. Again, TNT isn't exactly the simplest thing to get now, is it? Well, at least not without doing certain things. Oops, I think I messed up in that one. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, so before anything else, also, I might as well, for right now, do that, because then that'll just kind of... Alright, to kind of get an idea here, though, I think it's not per se bad. Or rather, bad per se. Yeah. Alright, and then we can just match this here. It's easy to judge it the same way. Hello, BCG, how are you? I'm good. I'm so sorry about yesterday. Yeah, internet just never came back until around my Hedges stream, I guess, probably about. Maybe it came sooner, I don't know, but it definitely wasn't until after, like, way later. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I have a bit of a sore throat, but other than that, I'm fine. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, as you saw, I do try to make sure people know. Here's the irony. Right? I have fiber optic internet now. Fair enough. And I still will occasionally have where my internet will just go out. I have had internet issues since day one. But I guess that's life. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're overall alright. I know, it's like, I don't need to complain, but at the same time, it just feels like, yeah. The ones that get really frustrating, and here's the thing, here's why I waited. I wasn't sure if it was actually out, or sometimes what our internet will do is it'll start, like, it'll get caught on something, basically, like one signal confused it, if you will. And then it's technically fine. You just have to reset it and hope that it actually takes. I don't know if you've ever experienced that one. That one's the one that to me is the most frustrating because it'll be like... And at first that's what I thought had happened because, well, it behaved like it would in that case, where it starts out where it doesn't actually know it's out, and then it's like, just hard lines, and then it just starts, well, looping. Like, it thinks that it's on, but it's not, but it's a thing. You probably don't have any idea what I'm talking about, to be fair, but I don't know. It's just a thing that can be annoying. Because it'll be, like, quite literally along the lines of, I just had to go restart the router. And I would have been done with this mess. Yeah. Fair enough. Arch is supposed to do that. The problem is it thinks it's getting a signal. Right? Or that it's not getting a signal. So it just basically constantly is trying to reset itself or restart it. So it stops mid-search and will restart it. I don't know. But the problem is because it can't figure out if it has it or not, it just is like frustrating. But I get it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Living in the north. Live on a farm. We had chickens until there was a rat apocalypse a couple months ago. They killed all our chickens. Because someone decided to put out rat poison. And, you know, chickens eat rat. Yeah. It was devastating. Completely and totally. Just... See, here's the thing. Our chickens had been we had those chickens for, like, I think, definitely over, like, 8+ years, right? Some of them were only 7, but they still laid consistently, the whole 9 yards, right? Weird chickens. Turns out chickens can, in fact, continue to thrive. You give them right feed and everything. And then just, yeah, they all just, yeah. Because obviously, the rats got poisoned, and then the chickens ate the rats, and then the chickens got poisoned. Because it was the, it wasn't the whole, you give them the fat, and then they just kind of gas it. It was instead, yeah. Anyway. That was a couple months ago. One of our chickens survived. She's still going. We can't really get new ones. Yep. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's so weird because the media will portray chickens as being these, like, vegetarian, da-da-da, and it's like, no, they're omnivores, and if they could, they would be carnivores. Straight up. No question. That is the truth about chickens. But no, it was a pretty big deal. It affected several people. Because, yeah, this was just... was a thing. Yep, there. Exactly. That is the thing with chickens. They're honestly several types of farm animals that you never really even think about. But in reality, they can be vicious. I think the only ones where it's like they will not shave with like cows. Ironically. I mean, they can still be mean, but they aren't as likely to try and eat you. To be more specific, is what I'm saying. Alright. In the way that, some will. But yeah, no, that was a thing. The only chicken that survived was the one that just... well, at the moment I'm clearing out some area, as you can see here. I want this to be connected, these two spaces, and flattened. I just figured I had enough space there, I was probably gonna do that. Would work. Go around. But what I've been doing is you can kind of see if you look around, I've been actually changing up my ancient city. A little different, because here's the thing, I'm gonna just say this, I hate the ancient city, because I don't feel like it's actually an ancient city. Is an ancient campus. Which I think if they had referred to something along the... or institute, I guess you could also go with. But I feel like if they had called it something like that, I wouldn't be as annoyed by it, but because it's a city, it's frustrating. So I like to rebuild it into an actual city. As you can see here. That's it. There's not much done to it, though. No, that's fine. I've just kind of... I've been working on this on and off for like months. I was supposed to work on it over October, and then my computer... Actually, not my computer. The power kept going out, so I couldn't play Minecraft. We fixed that. But no, this isn't even the first time I have gone in to refix. My first time I decided to go in was on Bedrock. I don't know how okay that world is, though I haven't gone back, especially after I was glad I had made a backup, but I had to delete it. And again, I go with, it wasn't the update that was supposed to get rid of all your worlds, right? It was the update after that one that did it to me, which is why I'm not even sure that they're anywhere in the files to find the originals. It ticked me off enough that I haven't gone back to Bedrock. At some point, I might be willing to, just to see how corrupted the world ended up. But basically, my biggest thing is I hate that the ancient city, A, isn't a city. B, none of the depictions of the Warden are an actual depiction of the Warden, as it's actually implemented into the game. They're all from, like, the concept versions, but they aren't the actual Warden. Also, I always fix the roads and things, or structures. Like, this structure, it probably looks like it's the correct structure, but I actually widened it and made it taller by 1 block. Just 1. But that's all it really takes for it to fit properly with all the roads and things. Because otherwise, it's an odd going into an even. Which, this isn't even the only place that things like that... But there's all kinds of things like that throughout the city that I hate coming across, because it's like they did not do the QA checks they should have for the actual structures and it being built as a city. And it's annoying because, well, they continue and they still will go, oh, you could build a base in the ancient city. But if you spend any time in here with the lights on, it just... and actually look at it, you'll realize everything is kind of messed up. This is another example here. These clearly don't go here. They clearly are shifted by, well, basically this, and actually would go here, in these spots here in between, as shown by the fact that they don't completely match properly. And when you actually go back here, you'll see that some of the side roads, which should connect in, will end up running into these pillars. Always. Because the pillar is built where the road should go through and, in theory, connect here, even though it really wouldn't, because it would be effectively an odd-numbered road, again, connecting into an even though technically it's two even roads, but with the way it's done, it is overall an odd-shaped building. Don't you love that? Sorry, I don't think you care that much. This is just where I end up with this stuff. It's annoying. It's frustrating. To me, because it's just like... why? Why was the structure implemented in as a full structure? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, also, if you look at the buildings that are effectively guaranteed versus the ones that are not, as well. So, like, buildings that you're almost definitively going to find at least one of, right? If not most of the buildings there are like these. Some form of stage of some kind, right? Sure, great for loot, you can see here. What was this book? And then the other one is, I call it church. I don't know if it's actually supposed to be a church or not. But the two that you're almost never gonna find in an ancient city are the freezer and the bathhouse. Which, for a city to function, those are kind of necessary. I don't know about you, but that's kind of how I feel with that. Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I sometimes, when I remember, refer to it as an ancient campus. Because it's like a campus, whether it be for research or for religion or academic purposes. That's more what it feels like rather than an actual city. Heck, even this here, if this was an actual city, so the whole statue / portal being there, what's the point in having this whole long build up to it when you don't see it until you get basically here, and not even then. And as I said, every depiction of the warden is incorrect. Here's a good example of it, right here, the big one in the middle. Do you see anything wrong with this warden? Let me move over here so you can get a better look at it. This. If you've ever seen a warden, you know that's wrong. And like I've said before, I think it could have like where maybe like chunks of it have fallen or whatever. But they've got these feathery things on the side. So, literally, they would not have, well, an ear that would look like an ear. There are depictions in the concept art of it looking like that, but this isn't the concept art. This is the actual thing. As I've said, I feel like the statues should be more like this than what they actually end up like, which is over here. To kind of actually show this as well, because I feel like this is important. Someday, I hope that eventually will come to Mojang's attention. Because these ears are not right, because again, it should be feathering out. It's one of the most prominent parts of the Warden, after all. Along with its lack of eyes. And don't even get started on the, like I said, the church, which I think that's what that's supposed to be, is over here. I've got one. Where if you look at it, it clearly is version 1 of the Warden, which then they effectively reused to be like a creaking. And they were like, oh yeah, no, that's totally on purpose, but it's not, clearly. It's Warden number 1. Like, all the things that should be, like, showing off the Warden don't actually show the Warden if you stop and look at them. Which I just kind of end up going, why? Why bother? And the only answer I have is that they basically had a bunch of different buildings. You only got to see one of them. Like one idea, which was the cave house, but they had all these different things they built over time. And that, they just decided to use all of them. Without taking into account the fact that several of them no longer make sense due to the fact that, well, they don't depict the Warden anymore. Anyway, but that's just how I feel. You don't have to agree with me. Yeah. I think that the thing is, in Another Fortress, is just that it became outdated. It fit in line with the fortresses of the time and stuff, the kind of ideas and everything. When you look at builds of a similar time period and all that. Not the fancy ones, but just in general builds, including villages and the like. But villages in 1.14 got a huge upgrade, as did several other things along those lines. But things like the pyramids, the Nether Fortress, and the like just never got that update, thus leaving them feeling raw. Especially once other blocks were added in that could be used. The problem is, with the Ancient City, within one update of the Ancient City, they already had made this structure outdated by adding in other tough blocks, which then should have been used within the city. After all, they would actually add some levity, just some lightness to these builds without making them too, looking more like they belong over on top of the world rather than here. And they didn't actually correct it at any point. Or update it. Plus, like I said, there's several other little things that just, when you look through, you'll start noticing, feel like they should have adjusted, changed, whatever, so that they would be more in line with, well, other builds and the like. And mind you, this isn't like me just like complaining in general. I really and truly am just left with, to some extent, they could have. And where I'm kind of left with even more than an end update, they really do need a structure update. The difference is that, like I said, at least with the fortress, you have some logic to it. Yeah. Oh, and here's another thing that annoys me about the ancient city, by the way. I just thought of this. That, honestly, once I point it out, you're gonna be like, what the heck? Potentially. Not because, like, it's bad or anything, but just like, why? Right? One of the random items, let me see if I can't find one. The towers is well over there, but those don't specifically have this problem on this iteration of the city. I got semi-lucky on that front that it doesn't look like it, but I think I have still got a tower over here. Yeah, here, this is a tower. Look at what the tower's supposed to be doing. It's clearly supposed to be holding up the ceiling. Right? One little problem with that. The ceiling is about 20 to 30 blocks above it. In other words, it's doing nothing. There you go. Yeah, the pillars. Specifically, not just that they don't reach the ceiling, but that they clearly are supposed to, and yet they don't. They are literally supposed to be holding the ceiling. In fact, if you come over here, like I said, the ones that are over here on this side, right, that are on either side, that are clearly off by about, I think, 7 blocks? I'd have to actually stop and count to actually have the exact number. I know it's somewhere between 7 and 11, but I can't ever remember the exact number. But these also are supposed to be holding up the ceiling if you actually kind of look at some of them. Like you can see there, these don't have that, shockingly. They're very rare that they don't, though. Oh, this one does, though, over here. You can see where it's clearly holding up the ceiling up there and all that, right? Or supposed to be. Again, problem with that, not a single one of these pillars is taller than the statue. So not only are these things that are supposed to be holding up the ceiling not tall enough to reach the ceiling, they aren't even tall as the thing in the middle. In reality, the tower, the statue couldn't exist or be seen from anywhere because the places that would be holding the ceiling up would be so low in comparison to it. Thus, they don't work, and the ceiling is raised above that point, but then they didn't fix it. Again. Yeah. All you have to do with these have a specific order to them. That's probably why they didn't. When you stop and look at them, they actually have a pattern to them. But yeah, you could extend the pattern up. Or just make it so that they aren't supposed to be holding up the ceiling. They just have this unique ceremonial style look to them. Which would make some sense. Again, though, they don't belong here. They actually belong in between each pathway. Perfectly, by the way. They fit exactly in between each pathway. Which means some idiot, well, maybe not an idiot, but someone basically took this, right? And they shifted it approximately, more than actually, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. They shifted them about 7, yeah. Fair enough. But I'm just saying, they clearly shifted them. The reason I adjusted is that maybe they thought that this should be more out here, right? To match with this. Even though clearly it most likely should not, and instead it should be that this would go across there, potentially. But when you stop and you look at them, they very clearly do kind of go in between and make a lot of sense that way. In fact, then they would have one more, the last one would be about here instead, which would fit better in line with the thing. As you can see, it would be about here. Which would be much cleaner and have a more logical ending to the end, because then you can't, like, hop up from the sides. Or have this weird look here. Yep, exactly. And as I said, the thing that you can makes it obvious that that's what they did, that it's been shifted, is, as I said, pretty much always you can find at least one of these hallways that clearly are supposed to connect in, but instead... Also, these are cut off on the back. You can see here. And clearly supposed to be bigger on the back, but they didn't fit. Most likely because they're supposed to go here and go all the way up, realistically speaking. Yep. And you could just see, literally, like, all these places where they sliced to make it fit after the fact. Like I said, I think these were all built, but I think that they redid them. Oh yeah, you want to know what the most egregious one is, by the way? So this building, not the statue, this building is an odd-numbered building, right? There's an odd number of blocks across the front and the back. And all that. It's all odd-numbered. This statue... Allow me to show you this here. So on this side, if you count, there's 1, 2, 3 blocks, right? On this side, there are 2. Because this statue is an even number of blocks across. Also, when you go around the back for the amount of room that clearly should be there for the statue, you can see that more often than not, it's missing the back. Like I said, because this building wasn't built for this statue. I can almost guarantee it. They put them together, but they don't go together. It's where I want to go into my Bedrock world, where if it's still as it is at some point, I would show you how I've redone it to kind of make it make more sense. But if you look around it as well, other than the wool, it doesn't really make a lot of sense as a this as well. Also, one of the weirdest things about this whole thing, so if you come over here, I believe it's this side. No, it's the other side. It's one of the sides. Let me find the right one. You can see these though, like this tall here on the corner. I think it's the other side. There's like always one corner which randomly, for some reason, I don't remember which corner it is, and I might have fixed it. I don't think I did. Okay, you can see it's the tall corner there. Oh yeah, no, it's this one. There's always one corner that they didn't actually fix that there. And so it's just not got the same thing that's clearly supposed to be on every single one of them on the corners. And you think, oh, well, that's just because that's in the front. Nope. Let me show you over here. Because over here, it's clearly up here as well. Clearly that's how it's supposed to look. Isn't that crazy? Also, another place where it becomes incredibly obvious that the statue is the wrong number of pixels, or rather of blocks across in comparison to the building. And once you look at it, you'll never unsee it. So, the pathway up to this, right, is an exact odd number, is just like, it's supposed to be exactly in the middle. Alright? Behold. How on one side, it is bigger than the other. Yep. Your first thing you will look at as you come across, if you stand in the middle, is that it is wrong. In fact, You can see from the line there. Once you walk up to here, as you look up, you will clearly see it looks wrong. And I don't know what they were thinking. And here's the thing. So they could have made it an even number of blocks across, right? Except they can't, because clearly it was intended to be that all the roads are supposed to be some form of odd numbers across. 1, 2, 3. Even if this is technically 2 roads, we can go over here and see, but the overall road space, right, that was back here, would be 5, again, and that's like on every one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's even several sections where you'll find that it's clearly got the full around and all that, so you'll see that it's 5. Right? And then also, if you want something that's kind of weird, again, if it's meant to be 2 roads, if you look at actually trying to enter this, it's only 3 blocks across. So in reality, what they should have done here is they should have backed this up about this many blocks so that it looks like you would be like going in one way or the other. It's not even a lot, but you can tell, like I said, you can see from this, that basically, I'm not sure that there are entrances and exits, there are hallways, but they clearly were not built together. They were built by separate teams. Oh yeah, also, if you look at these, this pattern, which is the way the pattern should be, is not always accurate, because notice you'll count here 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one here is, I believe, 4? No, 5, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So because of where this goes into the building, they adjusted that there. Yep. And I honestly think that's part of what the problem is. There was no... I think that this was all effectively concept work of what a building would look like, right? So you have, like, Church of the Warden, potentially. But the biggest thing I'm left with is I don't think... The first time you were introduced to the Warden with 1.17, most of this had to have already had the buildings being built. Because... Or started being worked on at that point. Because like I said, this wasn't the Warden anymore. This had already... The Warden design had been decided and become definitive. This wasn't it. None of them were. Not a single one of these Warden designs was the actual Warden that they added to the game. Which opens a whole slew of other questions. Yeah. The one back there, you're never gonna notice it normally, because it's not an obvious building from the side that you're most likely going to enter it from. This one that's back here, you mean, right? This, you most likely will notice the building as the building that you climb up and sneak in and out, because of where the chest is. You'll recognize that when you can sneak in from the back. And then you go over to the, clearly an altar actually, when you actually turn the lights on, check the chest, get out. If you don't are gonna pay attention, you went through a warden-shaped window. Realistically speaking. Yep. See, I just showed you exactly how you do it. You see how it worked, and you see why you never noticed it. Even though it's a pretty blatant one. Because that's the best place to climb over, because you can crouch and jump up. Can crouch jump up the side of it, right? Most likely due to the fact that it's a warden-shaped window. So when they added the crumbly effect, it effectively just kind of... You'll recognize the pillars on the back here, kind of thing, but that's all you're going to see. You're just going to see there's sometimes like a piece of right here, but you typically can just jump right up and over. And then just go straight through. Not realizing the reason you can go straight through is because it's a window. It goes all the way up. And down, rather. Crazy, huh? And that's clearly how it was designed. But like I said, that's one of the buildings I could see that they potentially had decided to start working on at one point as an idea, right? Like a warden church. The freezer is just a freezer, effectively at the end of the day. Mostly a pile of blocks. You can see here what it is, as it is. Mostly designed around the idea of making noise. More than anything else, which again is very strange for a city that clearly is meant to have a warden, right? Why would you have noises? But it was done most likely for gameplay features, but it doesn't really make sense. Yep. Like I said, one of the biggest things is the ears, though, that honestly, that's the thing that I first noticed when I was playing on Bedrock. Also, like I said, that the fact that the buildings clearly weren't designed together. The actual version of this bridge is a good example. Like I said, it is typically an even number of blocks across, and the reason I noticed it, I think it was, let me see, was it? It was like, oh yeah, no, I remember. Basically, it was like this, to fit with the road. Which drew, like, it just made me annoyed, because then this is where the block would be, here. And yeah, I built it one wider and one taller. One, I doubt you can even tell the difference. And two, it actually looks much cleaner. Ironically. A better shape to it and all that. Because then you have the pattern up here as well of the 3 blocks. Rather than only having the 2 here. And feels a little bit more wardeny. Not a lot, but just a teeny tiny bit as well, because... Well, the warden has a much taller face than this as well, by the way. Not much, but it's enough that if you actually look at a warden next to this statue, you'll realize that statue should be about 4 or 5 blocks taller. Although, mind you, the mouth should stay as it is. Yep. See? Everything else, though, is just exactly how the blocks were. I just made them one wider. I also had the lights below, but realistically speaking, that's not that important at the end of the day. The shape is kind of what's more important, and it gives more of an arch. Which you would think it wouldn't, but it really does. It feels more like, yeah, you would actually walk across it. Or have a reason to walk across it. Which is ironic. I mean, obviously I've also added water here, and I've started doing builds here as well. For an actual, I would feel like a house would feel more like. Although, I mean, the other is more silly on Bedrock. Having like a little bakery and stuff kind of thing, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, beyond that... So here's something I've wondered. This is a conspiracy theory. This obviously has never been, like... But I've wondered if sniffers were supposed to be connected as well to the ancient city, if somehow. Or at the very least, we're supposed to be in the same update. And my specific reasoning is actually the marketing. That they were like, oh, the marketing team knows nothing. Right? Because the marketing team showed 3 locations. They showed the mangrove swamp. They showed the deep dark. And they showed an ocean ruin. Now, where do you find sniffers? Or rather, specifically a warm ocean ruin. Sniffers, an ancient creature that's long gone, which would match with an ancient city long forgotten. Think about it. Really big with that a second. And here's the thing. So we already know that the Allay, right, is an example of a mob that they didn't manage to add to the update. It was supposed to go in the Nether update. But they instead ended up adding as a mob vote potential, which is why it was so fleshed out, right? Speak about what mob was fleshed out for the mob vote after this update. It's the Sniffer. I honestly think it was supposed to somehow be something that you would be eventually able to connect between the two, especially since underground, you would need plants, right? How do you get plants without an ancient creature? Mind you, I do think they'd still probably have been in the Warm Ocean Ruins, but there would be a way to connect those to this, which does have a similar style to some extent to the ancient city. Not cold ocean ruins, but instead the warm ones specifically, and the way that the arches and everything are built. If you look at them. Which is interesting. But instead they basically just kind of went with, nah, they didn't have time, they didn't add it. And it would be something that would have just been at least one more thing. Again, like I said, I can't know for sure. They've never confirmed it. I just feel like it fits. Theme-wise, how it would potentially function. And even what they would grow on Beth, which is, by the way, moss. Yep. Exactly. Interesting, isn't it? How well that works. But see, that's what I think that's why I think it would actually make a lot of sense. And then them trying to say, oh no, the marketing knows nothing. No, the marketing team knew something. The problem is they didn't know that that part wasn't going to end up being added to the game for whatever reason. Thus, it still remained in the marketing. I don't think it's necessarily an evil thing. I feel like I need to specify that. But I do think it's something that, at least to me, made a lot of sense. Especially, again, like I said, once you take into account the fact that the Allay, right? And that most likely with every other single mob that has been of a similar caliber, if you will, most likely has some form of it was already being designed. Again, think about it. We know swamps must have been being designed in advance to some extent because they were able to throw it back together again because they're like, oh no, we wanted to add this. And it's similar for most of the other things too. It even explains potentially why the armadillo, despite the fact that it's like it has things that I would honestly think the armadillo was most likely already being designed in the previous. Because again, it kind of fits in with the whole deserts, right? And with camels, you'd also be making armadillos and all that. Which, yeah, I honestly think that's part of what ends up happening. And that's the one they want to win, because they're mostly done with it. They've already worked out how it will work, and they just have to implement it into the game. Again, not a bad thing. It allows for the concept that you can work on the other stuff, but the mob vote mob still is something that you can get done. I also do think that they did start rigging it. Because realistically speaking, and I don't think that the, I think it was supposed to be the Moobloom. Again, that fits. The Glow Squid being basically, and the snowier snow instead of the swamp, those two things I think are what determined that, from then on, all voting happened within a server that Mojang controls. And only they know the exact number of actual votes that people did. As I said, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I do think that's where the mob vote kind of would have needed to eventually kind of die, because they can't really predict what people are going to vote for. And after a certain point, especially when you consider the armadillo, people already were pretty sure that. And I've said this. I voted for the armadillo, and I think it was rigged. But the reason I voted for the armadillo is because I thought they would just use it as an excuse to remove the extra reach on Bedrock instead of adding it to Java. I feel like I should specify that. It was more the whole, I bet they'll use this as an excuse to remove features. Because most people didn't think of it that way, I figured the crowd was gonna win. Because overall, people want the ability to build further, right? Or have more reach. They don't think about the fact that the question should actually be, why is it that they never brought the Bedrock reach to Java? And I don't mean just specifically the Pocket Edition style farther because of the phone, which by the way is not as big a deal as they like to make it out to be, but would instead be, simply put, due to, because like the Windows version, which would be making sense to make the same. So yeah. Like I said, you don't have to agree with me though. That's honestly what I suspect, and considering also Sniffer was one of those, that's the other reason why I really do think at this point that it was meant to be much like the, Ally. A feature that they did not end up adding, but they wanted to add. But yeah, that's what I've wondered. It also potentially could explain why they picked torch flowers and that they potentially at one point were meant to glow, along with the others, until they realized that real-life torch flowers don't actually glow, and then decided not to do that, especially since it wasn't added to an update in which you would potentially use that in a city. To add some logic to it, some areas of greenery. It could even potentially explain why when they first added them, despite the fact that they didn't want them to be able to be duplicated so easily, they were. After all, it shouldn't have followed the same system as normal flowers unless at one point they were meant to be. Anyway, like I said though, no guarantees on that, because this is just my own, like, thoughts on when it makes sense and everything. And this isn't meant to be like a hate towards them necessarily either. I think there was some logic to it. The problem is that it doesn't really work like that because people are not really like that. In all honesty, they should have just instead potentially just been honest and added it as it was. Or just had it be they bring back from the previous update something that was thrown to the wayside, if you will. Because they just didn't have time, and people could vote on that. I think that would have been overall better, just because then at least it's something you know might still be added to the game. Or potentially this is a reason to have it be something where you're like, yeah, this is the way to pick something that they didn't have time for the first time around. But maybe they can put some time aside this way. But overall, I just think it was a bad system. Realistically speaking. As you can't guarantee what people are actually going to decide they like. That simply cannot happen. You'll always end up with somebody picking the option that you don't want. Eventually. Anyway, yeah, you could tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just cray-cray. That's totally fine. As I said, it's just how my brain works. Because, well... I like finding connections. And as I said, it really just started with me just kind of noticing the interesting connection of, well... Nippers are meant to be an ancient creature that locate ancient plants that no longer exist, and this is a city that clearly took part in a time that no longer exists. Especially when you consider that it could also have been that archaeology was meant to also be added with, as basically that would be the way to kind of connect the two as well. I just think it fits all together nicely. And I honestly do believe that I could totally see, in general, where you want to add something in the next update, you know? You don't want it to be too far behind. And then you just still don't have the time, because you're doing random crap. Working on the... or they're helping other groups make games or whatever specifically it would be. And yeah, it just kind of ends up being, again, thrown to the wayside. Especially if they actually did decide to completely restart work on, like, from the beginning on the archaeology, which was what they claimed. Right? Which, again, I don't think is a smart solution. I think it's a foolish one. Yeah, the pots looked weird, but you could readjust the pots at a later date, or people might come to like them. Because, realistically speaking, I think the initial concept was more interesting. And had more potential possibility at being able to or to make more of these sherds on their own. Honestly, I think that's something that bothers me the most with the current way archaeology works, is that what's the point in using the sherds? You only have you have to go get more if you want to use more. And it's a painful process, and you're never going to be guaranteed to have enough. Come out of anything. Which ironically makes it a pointless endeavor to actually do, much like many of their updates. Hello, Tomas. Yeah. I don't know when the Wi-Fi came back. I just know it was after I went to bed. So it would have been after 5 a.m. So yeah. Here we go. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. I'm gonna say something a little mean. I've come to suspect that the reason why they no longer have their updates getting leaked anymore is because they really and truly have nothing to show for their updates until like a week before. Rather, until they basically record it, and then that's the only time it's even discussed. Thus, how we end up with this eclectic mess of a update. Again, you don't have to agree with me. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that because I like this. I wouldn't, but considering yet again, like, they had the Legacy Console Edition get leaked, the version, right? They had early builds of Dungeons and Legends also get leaked. Concept that anything that they should in theory have it's working on for the next update didn't. Yeah. Or at the very least, no big updates. Again, the concept that that's not leaked. I just have trouble believing personally that there would be anything after that fact. At this point. Because they just don't seem to be able to prevent it. Just to explain why I would think that. But again, conspiracy theory, not guaranteed. It would fit with the concept that they basically had an whole update mostly about just retexturing baby mobs worse than what they already looked like. Because I still go with that, ain't selling plushies. Realistically speaking. They might think it will. But, yeah. Did I point them to any company that has tried to do those, soulless eyes? And where those companies ended up going. Sure. Bop, bop, bop. Alright. Well, I'm almost done with this section, the first part of it at least. As I said before, it probably would be easier to just, well, realistically speaking, TNT it, but I obviously am, low on sand. I don't want to mess with my desert for the amount of sand I would require, and because I wasn't, I'm not clever enough with the redstone to be able to do something like duplication of TNT. And then beyond that, I'm also not... Because I can't even, like, opt myself at this point, because I do feel like at this point I'd be like, I mean, maybe I'll just give myself the sand. But I can't even do that, because I don't want to connect to land just to be able to turn on cheats. Flush. For something that feels so dumb. And yet... I don't know. Of all things, I probably wouldn't feel it was super negative, or they're super, super cheaty, I guess. Not because it's not, because it is a little, but it's like I mean, I've played this world for like 4 years. And I can't, it's so hard to get anything done in it. Which is so frustrating. I think that's one of the things with Minecraft that to me, I don't know. Anything. I feel like those are the kinds of things that it's like... Being able to clear large areas isn't cheating. Like, let's be real here. I've effectively spent an hour on this, and this is how far I made it. How is this the best way to handle this? And again, I go with, if you don't want it to be something that someone who can get immediately, there's a simple solution. Have it be something you can get in the end. That's it. Sure, somebody might be able to get within like 10 minutes of starting, because, you know, speedrunners and the like, but overall, you want it to be something that, like, there should be some form of, like, at this point, one, I know I could get an Elytra or Shulkers, but I just don't have a reason to go to the end other than that. And overall, I just don't see a reason to go, so I don't go. But I would, I'm someone who would go for even just potentially, like, the concept of renewable sand. Honestly, I do feel like that's one of the biggest draws, ironically, to the Nether. Is that sand. Rather, that gravel. Gravel, quartz now becoming effectively renewable and things like that. Specifically the quartz that is the item, not the block. These are the kinds of things that I could totally see adding to the end somehow. In some fashion. Because, well... yeah. It gives even the more casual player a reason to potentially go. Realistically, you could have boss arenas that are avoidable. If they don't want to be something where you cause trouble to yourself by not following... Although, you know, I just had a thought. So, we've gotten two statements. One about the fact, with the Minecraft philosophy, right? Philosophy number one. Nothing that happens should be... further should be out of your control, right? Which is why the creeper wouldn't be added today. Because it... in reality, it just blows up, you have no control over it. Yet at the same time, another one of their philosophies, apparently, has been revealed by Jab, right, on Blue Sky, Blue Sky, but beyond that. But the other thing is that nothing should be permanent, right? But then by that logic, how can you have it be that it is your fault if an item if they also believe that impermanence is important? By that logic. They are two philosophies that, simply put, do not work together. If you stop and think about it, at least. Because, yes, technically it can be, well, because you wore down your thing, but that's not really your choice. You have to use your tools because that's how that works. You can't just randomly choose to do something else. Beyond that, like, several other things as well. When you stop and think about it, it's like, how is it the player's choice to have to give up a set of tools they use, or whatever, right? For whatever reason, like if you don't want to use mending, how is that their choice when in reality they have to technically use their tools? It'd be one thing if they could continuously just choose to fix or whatever, right? Not using mending. But what I'm saying is, that's two philosophies that just don't make sense together. I hadn't really thought, I just thought of it just now. that's kind of where I'm left with, and that kind of also fits into why Minecraft just kind of is falling apart. You can't have a philosophy of everything that happens to you is your fault, along with the concept, well, no matter what you do, nothing is permanent. Because then that's no longer your fault. That's the fault of the world, the rules of the world. It might sound silly, but it is a very different line of philosophy to kind of go along with it, right? They can't function within the same world following the same rules. Which is obviously why mending must continue to exist despite their hatred of it. Because they can't really have it be that you just lose your tools because it's not, or rather to durability, because that's not really your choice. Sure, you can argue, well, they just don't use those tools. Well, it's like, you have to use some tools. You can't just not do anything. You have to use something. Which, again, means that you have no choice to it. Sure, you could get an elytra and not add mending to, like, but if mending wasn't an option, right? You can only repair it a certain number of times before you cease being able to use it. And considering how rare an elytra really is, that's not really a choice at that point. That is forcing a choice. Thus, making it no longer the player's fault. The best you can even argue is that, well, you don't have to use it. Same goes for mending. You don't have to use mending. Right? And thus it does become a choice if you choose to do it that way. But if you remove that choice, then that's no longer a choice, and thus once again returns to the player could have no fault in this because the player had no choice. Really ironic. But that's kind of the logic that they seem to have followed. Not real choices, but fake ones. But you'd only believe that you are making an actual choice if you don't pay closely attention to it. In reality, I would say the answer should be that you gotta pick one or the other. But beyond that, I would say sometimes bad things should be able to happen to the player no matter what, even if the player is fully cautious. And that's just how life is. Maybe not to the extent of some games, like Vintage Story, I think is one. But you could certainly at least have it to the point of, like, for example, very least have it where the choice actually kind of matters. Or it doesn't. I'd actually potentially use Undertale as a good example of this. Your choices matter. The ending you get is determined by whatever you do within the game, but you can also still never actually save Flowey, right? That's just why I'm using it as an example. In reality, that was never your choice. You never get to do that. Thus, there are still things that even if you would potentially make a different choice, you can't do. Because that's life. That is reality. But if you operate on the philosophy that everything that happens must be the player's fault somehow, or rather that everything that gets added to the game after a certain point is that way, or adjusted to be that way, well, now there's all kinds of other things that you simply put cannot do. And a good example of this would ironically be the villager trade rebalance. In reality, that takes it out of the player's hands. They no longer have the choice to use this alternative method, which is why probably their biggest reason why they have not implemented it yet. Not because people don't want it, because they clearly don't care about that. Instead, because doing so would go against their game, well, half of their game philosophy. But the other half of the philosophy is that nothing should be permanent. Thus, why they would want to add the trade rebalance in the first place. Or more likely, what they'd want to have done if they could have had their choice would be completely remove the librarian villager in the first place. Because that's the only way to ensure nothing is permanent. You can't do that. Because that removes choice. So you start with a compromise, but then you realize the compromise doesn't work. Because it's not really a compromise, it's still following the first one without acknowledging the second one. Ironically. But it's not a healthy philosophy to have in general. So even after everything, it still falls apart. Even if you would think that it shouldn't. And that's part of the problem. At the end of the day. You must know what you want something to be, or you end up in a situation where, it just kind of doesn't work. It's unfortunate, but true. Anyway. I just kind of left with the fact that they could the concept that they would be continuing to try and follow opposing philosophies together, no matter what. I don't know. I suppose it goes right back to that feels dumb. Make choices. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. Which I don't know if you actually understand the saying, Tomas, but basically it means you can't have it in front of you and continue to admire it, and you cannot eat it. You cannot do both. You can only do one or the other. And you have to make actual choices at the end of the day. Because if you don't, you, yeah, it's just, in that case, obviously, it'd be physically impossible, but even in reality, that's how that works. I mean, even with the same thing. Luna has awoken. Tell me about how he is a CB boy. And he is sad. Because he does not feel he got adequate cuddles because he went off to go do his own thing. And that's somehow my fault. Because he is just a baby kid. Who doesn't know better. Despite being 8. Alright, I do think this should go probably to there, although I think in some spots it is going to go... Yeah. Oh. You know what, this is actually accurate. Are you referring to the anime? Or are you referring to the actual battleship, which wasn't space, but is... yeah. Because yes, I've heard of both. Why? Hey, but which one were you referring to? It's not a new anime if you're referring to the anime. It's kinda... I can't remember. I just remember that it is... I feel like it might have technically had one, but I'm not sure it actually did. Remember, there kind of used to be a lot more anime originals. It might still technically have some form of manga, even if it didn't have one when it first came out. Simply put, because I think I still remember kind of something like it, but because a lot of series would then get, if they were an anime only, they would still have some form of manga anthology at some point. So potentially, I'd say that's one to look up if you're interested in that kind of thing. But in the sense that possibly, I don't remember. It's been a while. Since it aired. I actually don't know if I was alive. Think about it. I don't know how old it is. I just remember it is quite old. Definitely, I know it came out before I started watching it. Think. Anyway, my answer is I don't remember. It's been a long time. Probably has at least some sort of anthology series. I mean, there's plenty of series like that. I'm not gonna deny that. If you really want to go there, there's also like if you're looking for things like that, you could always get into the Gundam stuff. That's a whole franchise at this point. But I mean, it depends on what you're specifically looking for. So, oh, there you go. Mind you, there are plenty of series out there that do, how do I put this, have similar aesthetics over the years, just because, you know, it tends to be, I mean, it's a popular genre, if you will. As I said, I don't know what you're specifically looking for, so I can't really answer your question. Probably build something, but you have to tell me what you're actually looking for. Yeah, I know what it is. I'm gonna be honest. Remember, I am a bit of an otaku. Realistically speaking. But yeah, I am very aware. I don't know. But yeah, no, I am aware. Well, since it actually references an actual ship that was built, I do believe it was never actually used, though. There are references to it in all sorts of media, including, I do believe, also Gintama. Which you just mentioned, obviously. Is what I'm saying, yeah. But there was an actual battleship that was named the Yamato, but it... From what I remember, either... I can't remember exactly what it was. It either was that it sunk before it ever got out of port, or it just never got used. I think it was the first one, basically, before it... But I could be remembering wrong because I'm streaming. I mean, point being, it does get referenced quite a bit in Japanese media, so not shocking. Especially when they want to have like a spaceship. They'll use the name. So it's still, from what I know, it is still considered a point of pride. It just never failed. I like I said, I cannot remember these specific details because I'm streaming. I'm not looking at it. It's been a while, and I technically didn't read about it. I saw a documentary, I think, more than an actual book, so it's not something I can just like pull up the text in my head. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it is something that does get referenced because it was what it was. Yeah. But that's really kind of where I ended up going with that. And I have no other way to really put it. Yep, city. I mean, more specifically, I'm just kind of trying to... build. Alright, so... we can also do here with this is we can just kind of come over here. And clear this out. I'm gonna just slide down. And then we'll just clear this out as well. There we go. Well, lots more to encourage. You know, if you look into some of the stuff, especially more modern stuff. Honestly, a lot of older stuff doesn't really have that in the same way, or weddings in the same kind of amount. You know, a lot more recent stuff to encourage the lonely otaku to anyone. I do believe it was encouraged. Could be remembering wrong, though. So do not take what I'm saying as fact, because I could be remembering wrong. Because, low birth rates, though, basically. Yeah. Basically the idea of even you could be happy as the characters in the series that you're reading, kind of thing. Again, I'm not like saying that, like, to be clear, I'm not saying it in a negative way. There's some logic to it. Especially if you assume that they potentially were somewhat affected by a previous series, you'd want to encourage use the same medium that may have affected in a more negative sense. And of course, positive one. Because that's just how that works. In reality, it doesn't really do much, but, you know. It's a nice sentiment. But no, I mean... Anyway. But no, I've seen plenty of the older series. By older, I just kind of mean, like, not current year kind of thing. Not in the past, not One Piece, all that. I have seen some One Piece and stuff. I'm not like just like I don't want to just find myself. I just overall wasn't really into them. No. No, it's just more like I wasn't really into Bleach or One Piece or Naruto. Because they just weren't series that caught my eye overall. Like, I kind of liked Bleach. I've read, like, I've gotten caught up on One Piece at this point. And I have read Bleach and I have read Naruto all the way through at this point. But in all honesty, they just weren't my thing. I mean, I guess you could say Black Cat's one I watched. I also did watch Tokyo Mew Mew. Not Sailor Moon. I had a friend who liked Sailor Moon, though. Well, that was before I actually ever really got into, like, anime, which was later. So, for me, I was just confused as to why, my friend was insisting on watching. Because it was the final season, I think, of the original series, and there was no English translation. Although I didn't know that at the time, I just knew my friend was, I had no idea what was even being discussed or anything in the whole thing, because I didn't know how to watch anime. So instead, it's before I got into, like, anime and manga. So, yeah. But, no. Notice how I put it. I didn't say that it was when it came out. I just said that it was just not in English, which it wasn't. I'm not sure it ever did come out in English. Could've. I don't remember. And it was more like, as far as my friend was concerned. But yeah, as far as I was left with, I was just like, what? Especially since at the time, I really didn't even, like, watch a whole lot of TV or anything either. In general, so... Like, I could recognize it was a cartoon of some form, right? But... Like, I had no idea that... And to be clear, I'm pretty sure the friend in question watched it on the computer. So, yeah, no sketchy VHS. But I just couldn't recognize what it was, because, as I said, I didn't even watch that many cartoons or anything, because I mostly read books. Yeah, exactly. So for me, I just didn't know what it was, other than that my friend liked it, and that I had no idea what was going on, but I just smiled and nodded. Because I didn't want to be rude. Even though I had no idea, as I said, what was even going on, because it was the final season. And I didn't even really know what Sailor Moon was, because I, at most, kind of knew what Nintendo was. Mostly because, like, you know, other people at school had Game Boys and stuff. Or DS's as well. Random Nintendo devices. Snuck into school. I don't know who they were. Let's be just to be clear, like, as far as video games go, where I was living in, which it was at that point in Florida, that was not treated terribly like geekiness in the way that I guess other places were more known to do. So, yeah, but even though, again, I didn't play them or anything like that. Again, mostly read books. Truly nerdy. And to be frank, I didn't necessarily completely recognize that that was what they were doing. Like, I knew they were the popular kids in school, and they definitely had no problem flaunting their devices. Let's look how cool they were. Nah, the nerdy kids were the ones who liked to read. Weirdos. Yeah, so me. No, not even really D&D, necessarily. I don't think it was really thought about, because again, that was more like elementary, middle school kind of thing. But no, it's like, if I think back on it, I'm just kind of left with, I just can't think of where that was just viewed as a more negative thing to be into. Yeah, in the sense of that, as I've said, I'm more of a manga snob at this point, but I was reading books. I enjoyed reading. I still enjoy reading on occasion. Like I said, I ended up doing the more nerdy things, like, you know, Battle of the Books teams and stuff. They were very much, I can't really describe them too well, and never really made it too far in any of those competitions, but like, that was viewed as the nerdy thing to do in, well, pretty much in general. But like I said, I don't think it was really all that. No, we did not. Although I do believe the library had a video game day. Well, actually, yeah, they definitely did. For years. And one of the things you can play with Smash Bros. Heck, I mean, in high school, literally, when the teacher wasn't there, because it was like an orchestra, right? Somebody set up Smash Bros. Up on the projector so that everybody could play. Like I said, it wasn't like for me coming into the internet and finding out how much of this being looked down. I'm just left with, and this isn't just like just the orchestra kids. This was also several of like everyone who had to take the class for whatever reason, right? Or just because effectively it was. Oh no, what it was exams. That's what it was. And so basically, a bunch of the kids had just kind of been tossed together from orchestra, from I think some people from gym, some people from. They all just kind of came into the orchestra room because somebody managed to set that up. And yeah, nobody was like, that's a nerdy thing or whatever. It was just like, yes. So for me, like, I came in, I'm like, what do you mean it's like this looks down on thing? It felt weird. Like, I knew there were things I had done that would be considered that way. Like, I knew I did orchestra. I knew I read a lot. I don't know, those kinds of things. But I just never really thought about the concept that that would just be the games, the manga, the anime, all those things are the things that I'd be looked down on. At any corner of the internet. For heck, I mean, I had, like, through middle school and high school, I had a pretty decent range of different types of friends. None of them thought it was too, from more preppy kind of girls to dudes to whatever. None of them thought it was too weird that I was into anime or manga, or treated those as, like, being, again, like I said, a negative thing. So finding out that it is treated in such a way on the internet, that's what most of the school bullies were bullying you for. I just came in and I'm like, really? That. Like, I got negative reactions when I didn't know, like, specific things. Do you mean it's the other way around? Like, my friends treated me like I was this innocent little thing that doesn't know anything about anything because yeah. Like, looking back, they're like, oh, you can't look at this. But the thing is, like I said, I think part of it is just where you are and where you're from. As I said, I ended up going to school in obviously Florida, right? And I do think, because I ended up going to a couple different schools, but there was like prep school I kind of went to for a little while. I do think there I would have potentially been treated weirdly. But overall, I don't think so, because in general, because of how Florida is, the concept of, oh, yeah, you're into something like that, that's weird, isn't the same kind of sticking kind of thing. Maybe it became that way later on. But I can't think of a library that I ever went to that didn't have like a manga section for like a very long time. Kind of thing. But I honestly think part of it probably was just you have people from all over in general just because of the way Florida works. So you end up having where you might have someone who's from well, you'll have someone who's from Cuba or whatever, and it just wasn't the same kind of thing. So yeah, overall, it mostly just felt weird. Not because... like, it just really and truly, I was just kind of left with, how is this treated as, like, negative? But it really does go back to that whole concept of, well... fair enough. But I think part of it, at least to me, is it just... yeah. You end up with someone who's actually from some of these areas and just like, yeah, check it out. So it just kind of doesn't follow the same kind of logic, per se, I would say, as, say... one of the more... I'm trying to think of how to put this. Where am I? But it's that whole, you come back through and you look at it and you go, I mean, maybe there's somebody like that. But as an overall, I just can't think of it that way. Because overall, why would you bother? Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, I did do things that could be considered stereotypically nerdy. And I'm not gonna deny that. I'm just gonna say it felt weird because what would be considered as such, just, well, yeah, never was something that would even have occurred to me. I mean, like, I made my friends sit down and watch Princess Mononoke because it was my birthday party one year. And I had gotten that for something. You know, no one's like, why are you into that kind of stuff? They were definitely bored out of their mind because Princess Mononoke is definitely acquired taste, but you know. That is a different issue than the concept of ick. Right? Yeah, that was just something to me that was kind of weird. I'm back through and going, but I can't think of anybody. I mean, sure, manga and anime wasn't as much of a thing in that way. I'm not gonna claim that that was the same thing as video games, but maybe D&D, but that was mostly because no one played D&D, as I could think of. Most people were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something along those lines if they were playing a game. Which I'm sure you can understand isn't exactly the like, I knew plenty of people who played the Pokemon games. I knew... Yeah. It just, to me, was very strange. Come in and be like, what do you mean? Did you poorly? Fair enough. Like I said, it wasn't even that it was like an overall negative thing. Rather, I'm not looking at it. It just, for me, it was like, huh. But then I'm left with, I guess it must be more of like a northwest kind of thing. Northwest, northeast, which makes sense in general when you think about it. But yeah, no, typically either they had no idea what you're talking about or they were into it. There was no over something like that. I mean, obviously there was bullying that happened. I got bullied, but not for liking something. Or anything like that. That just never was what it was. So, yeah, me coming back there and going, me going onto the internet for the first time. In a real way, because, you know, I mean, well, I've been on the computers and stuff. I really never left my, like, wherever I was. Like, whatever sites I knew for being able to, read manga, if you will. Or watch anime. That's about it. I didn't go on YouTube really until many, many years after it had started or anything like that. Because I just... I don't know. Yeah. Many, many years. I don't even know what the thing I think that got me to start watching YouTube, I think it was something like Nightcore videos or whatever. Just because I kind of ended up being into those style of music. And since I couldn't... Well, I could transfer them onto my iPod, but... Overall... And to be clear, I had an iPod long after most people flipped the phone. So I preferred the iPod Classic. Up until the day mine went missing. I still don't know what happened to it. Which I regret quite a bit, because I had a whole bunch of K-drum music on there that I couldn't get in the States in any way, shape, or form. Which was frustrating. And at that point, the global access had been blocked on YouTube. That's the other reason I had started using it, was kind of finding some of that music. Again, I couldn't get it in the US. I wanted to spend money on it. But not only could I not buy it, but I could also not acquire it through getting it through, like, Japan either. Because they just didn't have them in that way. A way to be able to get them. And that was frustrating as all get out. But I think that's honestly what kind of sort of... But again, it was mostly just music. So I didn't go reading comments. I didn't go looking at stuff. I didn't really think too much about it. Like I said, I don't know what finally led me to actually really watching. I don't remember. But no, like, the more I learn, the more I'm just kind of looking back. I'm like, what? Huh? What are these guys talking about? At this point, I'm just left with, I don't know why it ended up being different enough. More likely than not, if I'm being really honest, due to the fact that, you know, well, I could think of some things that could have led to it. But effectively, they're just... Yeah. But overall, I mean, heck, there's someone who was a friend of mine at that time. Well, I didn't realize it, but they were a super fan of Sonic. I had no idea, though, because I didn't even really understand in that way. Like, I knew the Sonic TV show, to be clear. But again, I wasn't into video games. I wasn't into video game franchises. I wasn't into anything really outside of a very small circle of things, because I mostly read books. Because I liked reading. I still like reading. But at this point, I can acknowledge that, yeah. It's good to have at least some awareness of pop culture. No, it wasn't Minecraft specifically. To be clear, I did end up having a Wii at one point. Whether that's the first time I really played video games. I won one. Which you might think, oh, well then you should know more games. But the thing is, I mostly just played a few. I didn't play a large number of them, so I just, like, you can, like I said, you can know things exist, but not really think too much about them or be aware of them. Like, I knew Minecraft existed. My little bro, he got a copy back when it was in alpha. We never could get that account back. Or maybe it was finally beta. I don't remember. He got an account. He's not that old. He was just he was little. But we didn't know how he'd heard of it, but we knew that he was wanting it. So he ended up having it. But see, like, I knew Minecraft existed, but I didn't, like, follow it closely because I simply put read books. I played with it a little bit. Wasn't really into it. My mom couldn't see it at all at that point in time. I went back to reading my books. Whatever book I was reading at the time, I don't remember. But honestly, heck, I remember, like, I had one of my very good friends called me up and asked me if I have any idea what Freddy's is. the FNAF. And I just told her, that sounds like a stupid game. I would want to play that. Was didn't say it wasn't to some extent. But I didn't believe that there could be more than one. So I was like, that just sounds like a dumb idea for a game. Friend agreed with me. Looking back on that, I don't know how many years plus at this point, and I'm left with... Huh. Who knew? And the only reason I even knew, even now that I know what it was, is it was just like, just the description of the gameplay. Both of us in the end agreed. Sounds dumb. Moved on. Think. And yeah. But it was that kind of thing. Like, I didn't follow things specifically. I knew of them. But I just didn't know that something like that could possibly even turn into an actual franchise. Because, like, yeah, who's gonna... play a game like that? Yeah. But I'm just saying in general, that's kind of where I was at. I knew of games. I knew of stuff like that. I didn't really think too much of it. Because realistically speaking, why would I? I look back, I go, dang. There were a few things like that, mind you, where I just was like, well, I mean, that's interesting. And moved on with my life. But said friend told me about it. And then looking back, I'm like, was there a game my friend told me about that didn't end up becoming super popular? Another example. To a weird degree. But I just was like, okay. I mean, that's how it goes. As I said, it's a good example of this. Of where it's like, looking back, it's like, huh. By the way, one of the games in question. One of them, as it turns out, was Undertale. That said friend told me about. Fair enough, I did not have a DS. But I didn't really do computer games. Just didn't play on the computer. I did do some Wii games, but overall, it wasn't... Obviously, way later, I got into it. And then pestered said friend, who, realistically speaking, had only told me because it was just something that had been heard in passing and was like, did not care. Yay. But that's kind of how it went. As I said, I mostly use the computer for, well, you know. But I never really thought about it as a place for, like, games or anything, because I had no real reason to play games on the computer. I played on my Wii, and I had no specific opinions other than that. I didn't game. I didn't really have a lot of interest in gaming in that way. I had more interest in manga, and occasionally in anime, but then I'd typically get burned by the anime and then move on to going back to manga. Mostly I would get burned by, just to be clear here, because I'd go watch one that was supposed to be up a manga I enjoyed, and 9 times out of 10, obviously, if you know, you know how that goes. Yeah, that's true. Games could also be. But I'm more meaning just in general that that's where I would end up just going right back to what I was already doing. But due to stuff like that, I just kind of wasn't as watching stuff on or anything like that. Because who'd watch someone play a game? That'd be silly. I'm just saying that was my attitude at the time, to be clear. Nothing more, nothing less. But realistically speaking, that was just kind of how I would end up being. So in reality, overall, I typically ended up going back to the same sites I would use, and that would be that. As I said, I ended up getting into, well, being able to find some of the music for series I liked that I could not get any other way. I tried getting it every other way first. I wanted it, because I wanted to be able to listen. I still go with, this is one of the things that annoys me the most about Viz, is that they just do not actually release the content in question if they decide it's not profitable. But they also do not release the license either. Which is frustrating, because if you like the series and Viz is handling it, well, yeah. But I wanted the CDs, / MP3s, / iTunes. However, and finally I just kind of had to, well, find the only place it was. Yeah, I honestly think it was stuff like that. Yeah. It led me to YouTube in that way. But I still wasn't like watching things like Let's Plays or whatever. I was just finding the stuff I was into. In a fat manner that I could actually enjoy it. Again, I simply put, had no real reason who think much about any other type of content on YouTube. As that's just how that was for me. Although ironically, I did end up seeing the Keys and Eye stuff when it first came out. So, like, obviously by that point I was viewing YouTube, but yeah, that's really kind of where it ended up going, was I just kind of went, huh. It's not exciting. It's not like it's a... I never got into Fortnite. That just was not my thing. As a game. As I said, the only reason I really got into the, stuff I got into in the end, well, it's really more down to just... Oh, yeah. Well, that was before that. Like I said, I only saw some of the, like, really early stuff that where she's still pretending to be an AI. Like literally, the first one, I think I literally saw the first one of those. But yeah. Obviously overall, much like most things like that, I didn't really follow too hard. Mostly because I never really bothered to make a YouTube account. If I could remember the channel name, I could go find them again. So I didn't see a point, you know, until I realized I need to have a place to put content if I want to do anything like that. But that's a different issue, isn't it? But obviously because of that, I mean... I always see a few videos here and there or something. Unless I, like, specifically went out of my way to try and remember the name of the channel. I mean, fair enough. I understood what it meant. But I didn't want to make an account. I didn't really want to give Google my information. It just wasn't that big a deal overall. After all, it's not like I was watching anything crazy. At least I didn't view it as such. Still do. But yeah, realistically speaking, I just kind of never really thought about it. continued on with life. I figured if I really like a channel, I'll probably remember its name. Or it'll come across my feed again, because, you know, it constantly recommends me stuff that I like. So, logically, the algorithm should continue to do so. Cut to several years later, where I know for a fact that's not how that works. And it's far more likely to stop recommending it if it thinks you actually like something. But you know. How was I supposed to know? Although ironically, because of that, because I didn't subscribe to stuff, I always ended up getting recommended the videos for a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have otherwise. Considering, you know, when YouTube started, well, it's not the word they use, but, you know, effectively shadow banning people. Because I wasn't subscribed, for some reason I would decide to send you that actual content over and over, so I could actually stay up to date on that. Whereas the content that they wanted me, in theory, was a lot harder for me to find. Because I had no interest in it overall, and just didn't really follow it. Hello! Thank you for the first time chat. User is not Bob, and yes, epic music for the task of removing the ceiling / wall. That's exactly it. Although I should probably actually work on doing an actual building, because I like to at least get something done. But I'm not big away for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And it could take about an hour to get something like that done. I see. Well, fair enough. That's the internet, maybe. Sort of. And show business. Alright. I think I want to go to there with that, and then I'll probably end up having to remove the floor now, slowly but surely. I realized I was doing the quote, and I was like, wait, that sounds weird. That's all there is to it, Tomas. But yeah, the showbiz on there. Well, technically I think it's actually, that's Hollywood, but I have no real care. Anyway. That's life. That's the real answer. It is life. I see. Fair enough. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. Never fun. You gotta do something with that, but that's life. I get it. Yeah, I do think I would remove these because I do prefer having it be these in general. I kind of want this to go here. Like that. There. So that's kind of just the corner there. That's the edge. Honestly, you know what? I've gotten a lot of work done on the mining front. When you consider that I've basically just cut through this mountain. Even if it's... I really don't want to think about how many deep slate things I have broken through, because that's not happiness. So I'm realizing, I think I missed a line. Here? Although, you know what? It's fine to kind of have it be like that, because it's just kind of how that is. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. I don't know. Ba -ba 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 -ba. Ba -ba -ba. So I do need to clear this out on this side, but I can technically at this point kind of go with the whole I can remove the floor though. Because, well, it doesn't really need to be here anymore, right? If we look at this like this, that should clean that up a little bit. Might as well just clean these up because they don't really matter. The whole point here is just to kind of clear out, make this feel more like this is the back wall rather than what was the back wall, which is actually over here. Mostly because I just didn't feel like clearing that out. But that's just how that goes. All because I wanted tough. Alright, yeah, it goes. It goes, and it goes, and it goes. As I said, I probably need to go actually build something. Realistically speaking, I have not done that today. And while it's impressive looking that I cleared this all out, there's no way to tell that this is not natural generation. And then I just lit it up. Rather, I just completely and totally cleared out a ridiculous amount of blocks. But I don't know what I want to do. And yes, this would have been faster if I had done it not by hand and instead by, well, TNT. But I didn't. So, yeah. Can I make it across? I think I cannot. Well, I can still remove this. And then I could clear out the skulk down to here on this side. Now, considering the wall here, ironically, this also makes this wall feel less odd, I guess, because obviously it goes out to here, and then I think it does some double backing here, right? Yeah. Effectively here. So, I can technically just clear through. I don't know. The real answer is I probably need to just clear out to wherever I want to make it to. At some point, I probably need to be willing to use some TNT just because it's too much work. Alright. I can clear this out here. About it. And this isn't really necessary here anymore, and we can quite literally just kind of go down. Alright. Alright. Now if I just clear those out there, that should be relatively... yeah. Because that'll be... once I've done that, that will be that this whole section up here has been cleared to the edge. So what it can be cleared to, at least. Because that's the real answer as to what this is, isn't it? And the biggest point here is I want it to feel somewhat here like it could be natural generation. It's been cleaned up some. The wall flattened, etc. So that was kind of the goal. Alright, so once we've cleared through these... Alright. Alright. Clear these out. Kind of part of the point. Alright. I mean, I've still got things here that I would clear, but I just kind of can't reach the most of them. So, yeah. I will eventually, but right now I cannot reach. Alright. Okay. There we go. Luckily it's not too hard to re-clean up everything. Alright. So we've cleared all the way to here. On this. And considering this is the messiest part. Hello, Knight. I was thinking how to should build something, and now I definitely should build something. Over here. That's fine. I honestly kind of should finish up sooner rather than later, which again means I should build something, I think. So I like to have something built every day. Alright. There we go. Alrighty, I was trying to decide what to do tomorrow. Do we want to do something that... I don't know. What do we want to do? I don't really need that because we've got that now. One of the new games? Do you mean one of the games I picked up at some point during the last couple of Steam sales? What do you mean one of the demos? I don't think I can do because a lot of them were Next Fest demos, which are mostly for just Netflix, or not Next Fest, Steam Next, which is over. Was over as of Monday. I did pick up a game. It's a short game in general, and it's not really a game in that way. I don't know how good it will be. That is... Well, I mean, I do know it's decent, but I don't know if you guys would like it. I think it's kind of cool, though. But it's basically a walking simulator game. Yeah, we could do that as well. Yeah, I think I want to build another one of these little kind of shops inside here. It's more spooky-ish, if you will. But it's like a liminal style game. Like I said, it's more like, the game is called Pools, and it's mostly more like a kind of tech demo kind of thing. But you go through different spaces, and there's kind of just a bunch of, like, well, pools and water and stuff. And, well, it's not the most exciting thing. It's interesting to see. Um... Because it is, like I said, it's more, I don't know how else to put it than just, it's more kind of almost horror gamey. But it's not, it's like a subtle spooky. Which kind of, in that it is a maze that you have to kind of work your way through. It's an interesting, I think it's interesting personally, but like I said, I don't know if you guys would be interested, which is why I hadn't specifically recommended it. But it is one that I do think is kind of nifty in that sense, because it is very, like, I don't know how else to put it other than... Yeah, in that kind of sense. Nothing really ever happens, but it's kind of cool to just see. It can be. But I was just kind of picking... I picked it up because, like I said, I thought it was nifty, and beyond that... As a game, it's... one that I didn't feel like you guys would be as upset if I don't end up being able to play, because... my internet decides to go out again or something. It's a pretty game. I figured I'd answer your unasked question there. Of why would I be interested in such a game? Alright, yeah, I wanted this to be a bit bigger than this one. I have seen a playthrough of it. It could take somewhere around 3 hours. Realistically speaking, I'm more concerned that it wouldn't be... that it would be, how do I put this? It's a lot of different things. It's not like it's just one... I guess the best way to explain why is it's just... it's not one space, it's several spaces. In that sense, you kind of go through, there is a sort of story to it. It's not very clear or exciting one, but there is something to it. I'm not saying we have to do it, it was just a suggestion. If you want me to do the phone game, I'm happy to do the phone game. Because I like that game. And I haven't done it. But I just figured I'd offer something more different, I guess. But like I said, it's a bit of a maze. In a sense. So we're gonna go back to probably. Alright, so right now we basically have a room that is for... Wow. Notice how I put it. Well, that's important. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not exactly a maze, but it is definitely more of one than not. I got an idea here. I think I have to go upstairs for it. Alright. Go. Maybe if I don't use this like this, I'll still use it for other things, so it's fine. Alright. I'll see what I'll do with that in a bit, but... Anyway, overall, I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's just... this was like 7 wide, right? Plus 1. 16? Still say okay. Wait. Try what? Anyway, it's fine. We could do the phone one. I like that one. Oh, the nut game. I mean, I guess. You don't seem very interested in it though, so I don't see why... Alright, anyway, it was just a suggestion. But... I don't know. I'd forgotten I had the other one. But since you don't even come in till the end anyway, might just do that one. What's the mouse pepper? So that's one more of that, and then... Anyway, it was an idea, but I think I prefer doing, just to kind of finish off the week. Again, entire point was... It's better to do the one. Oh. Otherwise. My Little Universe. Better do My Little Universe. That's just fine. Alright. Go. Do I have any moss down there? I don't think I do. I figured I'd look anyway. What I've got, I think I have some glowberries though. I just thought I had some. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, the actual ones that'll go here after the fact, but for now. But we can add to the front as well. Here and here, and then we'll add the berries and light in as well at that point. I don't seem to have any moss down here, so I'm gonna have to go back upstairs. Which I suspected. I mean, I might wait a minute because it's almost. Actually, I'm going to sleep because I should sleep anyway. I might go upstairs, grab some moss, grab some other things, and then come back down. Alright, Luna hasn't walked in. Oh wait, no, I do have some moss down here. I'll get other things up top, but... Okay. Enjoy your day. I'm almost done. I just kind of wanna... Let's grab some from upstairs. A few flowers, maybe some wood. And food. Luna is moving around behind me. He's being adorable and cute. He's precious to boot. Alright, so I'm gonna get some food, I'm gonna get a few more things. Oh. I messed that one up. Weird. Alright. Yeah, let's get some chicken. Let's get a few flowers. Um... Wood would be lovely. Another thing about it, how is this doing? Ooh. You know what? I should clear this out. There. Yeah. I might have been gone a little too long, but it's fine. How are these down here? It's still going. But it should finally eventually end up at the point where we're... Alright, and then down here... Okay, it looks like it has stabilized. Lots of baby chickens. Alright. I don't remember what's where. I mean, I do, but I just wanted to kind of get through the eggs, because that's... Yeah, it should be gotten through. That should be at the end of that, so that's fine. Check there's not more. Yeah, we're good. That was a lot. Let's go for a while. No, even after all that. Let's start by grabbing all the items that go over here first. After realizing I went so far in a circle. Although I do want to grab some of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's enough. I want to grab from over here. I should have some carpets. Or I'd like to grab a flowering azalea. guess I could also just grab maybe one of these like that instead. I got in the flower department. I don't really have that many, do I? Let's maybe grab like a few. Don't know if I'm gonna use any of them. I mean, these work too. Some options. Do I have anything in here? I do. I would. Actually, you know what? I want these. And then I want to grab some food. And then I'm gonna head back. Yep, chicken. We have some options. Way more azaleas than I meant to, but you know what, whatever. Alright, so first thing I'm thinking... because I'd want to have, I think, one here and one here. Before I do anything else, I'm going to put... like that, kind of. Actually, you know what? No. No, no, no. Definitely for the farther out location. So, one here and one here. And then you can just kind of have these here like this. And pull out the second one. That's like that. Alright. Alright, so... alright, so I want to make stairs. I want to put away... this. I also want to... I think I have... yeah, I was gonna say I have some of these. Get these out really quickly and go do this. Go to that. I have other things I probably want to do with it as well, but I'm not starting there, I'm starting with these. The lights in here, like so, right? I cover them. Alright, so what I want to do is I kind of want to have this feel like it's a little bit more... a bit more parky, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really fit, does it? I was hoping it kind of did, but it really doesn't. This works, right? Right. Good. I know what I want to do, I think, so I'm gonna go do it, but I just wanted to see... Alright. I want 2 of these. So then what we could do here is we can go there. Or I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's fancy looking, but I think it's going to be better to just kind of put it along the back. I could have done maybe... I think actually I might have a sign. We have that there. Probably I want to add some... Yeah, it kind of looks cute. That's some detail to it, at least. Teeny tiny park. A teeny tiny little thing here. If I had just a teeny tiny amount more of the wood, I would, in fact, make some signs. I don't think I have enough, though. Unfortunately. So, tis... Oh, wait, maybe I do have enough. I have 5. I have... I don't have any signs left, though, so... Well, there's a park, yes. But it's just kind of meant to be... like, sort of... Although it is along the side, but it's kind of meant to feel like a little... So, we can just kind of... here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and see if we can't. Wait. What if we. Good idea. Right? Perfect. Or. I'm pretty sure. Putting it here doesn't look right at all. Yeah. But that doesn't look right either. Yay. Okay, looks okay. I'll find some use for it. I can't put them there though, because I've got flowers there. Otherwise, I would put them on the sides. Actually, that doesn't look bad. It creates a bit of texture to it. I like it. And this isn't necessary because this is here. What do you think so far, Tomas? Got a nice little place to kind of sit. Maybe down. The idea I'm kind of going for is on the outside, which is why I can kind of do this. But I won't be able to do it once I get on the inside. But on the outside, we kind of have a little bit more freedom into how you would have some of these. Actually, I just realized I think I have to, because I think this is gonna clip the berries. Did I click this one? Yeah. Although I'm gonna need to add a light. I think it might not stick, but we're gonna try. Anyway. Hopefully. But it should feel a lot more cozy, I guess. And as you can see, like, as you're coming around these bins and stuff, I want it to feel more lit up. Especially if we were to take down the light here, right? Let's say it is the actual moody darkness, right? And you're kind of just going down and around. I like the idea of having the lights up above, but then you have little areas that are little respites of light here and there. It feels lit up in such a manner. Until you actually get into the city, I kind of like the idea of having areas like that that feels more lit up. But at the same time, I mean, I I want it to still feel dark. But I'm not adding lights in the water or anything like that. I don't want to have that be how that is. I like the idea that it feels... Again, you can come out here and just see. You have all these lights as you go through and around and everything, but that's all the light you really have. You have the light back there as well. But it makes it feel a lot more like every light is kind of important. I swear. Why is the water not where it's supposed to be? You'll have to tell me if it's too dark. I mean, obviously it's probably too dark over there to some extent, but the idea really and truly is around having it feel like each of these lights is just kind of important. That lights would be used in such a manner, you really do need them in, around, outside of town. Especially if we were to assume that's how you keep the monsters at bay, right? Which is how it kind of goes. But I like the idea that even on the outside, even in the darkest part of the map, right? Which, again, I'm gonna probably turn it back to normal. But I like the idea that you kind of still have something. I'll probably actually put 17. As you go through, some light here, some light there. An area that is just brightly lit. Areas of respite. Somebody's house. And then when you get further into the city, obviously the wall we can see on the other side. That you have the lava to kind of be around the outside, but it's still going to need a lot of lights on the inside, and I definitely want the water as well. If I had any form of shaders, the lights would be absolutely being reflected off of the water. Bit of a shame. They kind of just twinkle out, right? You could see, I mean, on this side. Once you cross into the city, the idea is that you end up in lava. Every wall is literally some light source. Which makes it all the more important. Anyway, I don't know. I'll just explain the philosophy of the place, I suppose. Because I do feel like it is important. Anyway, I know you guys don't care. It's just an idea, a concept, a thought. Thank you. Get the picture. I think I did get the picture, but I'm gonna try again with this. I could then just kind of out after. First, I'm gonna look at how this one looks, but I don't think I got it at the right moment, so I don't think it's good. Yeah. That's the idea. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. We're gonna move this now. After all, I do think the concept of living in a place rather than having it just be, oh, it's all soul lanterns and spooky, I think the concept should be more have been more along the lines of, and candles as well. This is supposed to be a city, a hub of operation. And these guys are not mole people. Otherwise, they wouldn't need candles or fire or anything like that. In fact, that would be a detriment. So, instead, I feel like it should have had more focus on having... Yes, they've got some soul lanterns, but most places that have soul lanterns are only in the public, like, on a bridge, or... there's a few places along a few of the bees, but... I don't know. I'm not blaming, I'm just saying I feel like there should have been some form of hub. Rather than going, and also rather than going for like lanterns, I almost feel like they should have done something with the frog lights. If there would ever have been anyone who would have been connected to them, clearly it would have been these people. When you look around, it's fairly obvious that they are an ancient... I don't know specifically what, but something. And that the intention is fairly clear. I mean, if they really went for something like that, should have been more akin to lots of neat, like just bright lights, incandescent neons even. Because this is supposed to be an advanced civilization. Even as a campus. Much more advanced, most likely, than anything we would have seen. As we know, they would have had we know they had redstone and da-da-da-da. In theory, this is connected to the only piece of lore we do have, which is these ancient builders. And yet, the amount of care put into this as a whole is rather lackluster. I wish it wasn't, and that's the thing I think that bothers me so much about every update, is that so many of them just kind of... They feel more like what the bare minimum of that update would potentially be. And not necessarily lazy, just like they move on to the next thing. They've already moved on. They aren't actually bothering to take the time to finish what they are working on. And in all honesty, even the drop system, it has to actually be like that. Like, otherwise, they would have taken the time to make sure that there were lantern varieties for copper and the others of the both, all that, right? The point is... Yes, and yes, that is something that's in there, but I'm just saying that's in general a piece of lore that seems to at least get brought back. But more than anything else, what I'm saying is it's just, I don't know, drop system makes it even more and even more obvious. And I would argue instead of doing 4 separate drops, what they should have done is each drop is a piece of an update. If they want to do it in that manner. You could continue expanding on what you've already got. Instead of having stuff that just kind of ends up being, you know, half done. Not fully complete. Not fully done in the way that would make sense. Like, I really do go with, and that's why the Copper Update I think is the best kind of example of that. They added variants for Copper, but ignored everything else. That also needed such things. Gold could also have used these things. The lamps, both varieties, back and forth, or rather all three varieties really should have been more able to back and forth. And at the end of the day, I'm going to say something that I just kind of am left with. This is a soul lantern. This is a copper lamp. The biggest difference between them is how they blink. It's slightly greener, but at a glance and from a distance, there's no difference. I know they technically did it because the people who are colorblind, they can't really tell the difference between yellow and green, so therefore. But instead of giving it like something slightly unique, like a copper nub or something, they just made it look like a soul lantern, which doesn't really solve the problem. That's the kind of thing I'm left with. Like, there's ways to handle it. We have redstone torches. We should have redstone lamps in that fashion. Because, well, although it'd probably be a gold lamp at this point, now wouldn't it? That's kind of how that would go. And there's some logic to it. But we don't, because, you know, that isn't something they wanted, because it was a copper drop, and that's all there is to it. And the fact is, they probably won't ever go back to it, which feels... yeah. Until enough people are annoyed at something that they'll be like, oh, look, we did this now, and it'll just be like, it's more of the same. This is something they could have added. This, whatever, the tiny takeover, I guess that's what they're calling this drop, that is gonna not really be noticed by 99% of players, other than like a, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Hytale will kill Minecraft. I don't think Fidget Story will kill Minecraft. I don't think Alameria will kill Minecraft. I don't think Terraria will kill Minecraft. I definitely don't think Cubic Odyssey will kill Minecraft. But I do think that at some point, maybe not now, maybe not even in the next year, but at some point, they don't get their butts more in gear and focus. Minecraft will kill Minecraft. I've said it many times. Yep, exactly. Lego Fortnite will not kill Minecraft. But see, each of these is a cut. Each one of those. A tiny cut. A strip. Going on the camel's back. Along with every little thing that's going on with Minecraft. Another example, Legacy Console Edition being able to be pirated will not kill Minecraft specifically. rather the full source code being leaked. And already being modernized and to be brought up to date as we speak. Those are not the things that will get Minecraft killed. But that's not what would destroy a company. That's not what destroys a game, especially not a popular game. But they are a piece of straw. And there's only so long that a camel's back can handle it. You know, if you know. There's only so many cuts, so many scrapes, so many nicks and tears that something can take. And the biggest ones aren't even coming from these other games other than... And here's why I say that they're cuts, right? So, Minecraft decides to make the baby animals look different. But now you've got Hytale and you've got cute baby animals. Really easy to compare the two. And note that Minecrafts are not as cute. Which leads to more people noticing this is literally just a resource pack. On its own, and as I said, if it was any other update, it wouldn't have been that much of a note. Yeah, and I think that's really... I'm more just using an example of, literally, I think if instead they had decided to focus on any other part of the game, even if it was textures, it wouldn't be as noteworthy because, well, it's not something you can direct compare. Right? Yeah. Anything would have been better. But, like, a good example of something that maybe could have used a refresh. I don't know. Anything. The items. Maybe they should have given some of these items 3D models. Again, overall, for the most part, and just be able to be put down. It would not be fancy. It wouldn't be anything extreme, right? The ability to put down a chicken. Probably compared to the movie, but if you were able to do that, the irony is that would be much more... It'd be just as, well, dumb and pointless overall as the baby reskins. But it wouldn't be something that you can kind of go one-to-one comparison in that way. Sure, yes, Hytale has things you can put down, other games as well, but I think they'd have to... Well, the whole thing is that potato gun's from a mod called Create. You know, with how they do things, I mean... Well, not that specifically, but that's where the idea came from, pretty clearly. You know, but the reality is, one, they have mods that they can work off of. Or give a nod to. They have the movie, they have plenty of things in the movie. I mean, considering many people have noted that now the movie is not accurate to Minecraft anymore. Because the baby mobs have been changed. Which is a choice that Mojang made. Take their own stuff on canon. But I'm not even going like mouse, I'm literally just saying textures. Right? Boys, like instead of focusing on babies, maybe some of the mobs. Slimes, maybe their texture, that's something that they wanted to would focus on, right? or clean up a little bit. They didn't. Maybe they would want to work on some of the other mobs that they haven't done yet. They've still got a couple. You know, update the sheep. They didn't update the sheep yet. Or rather, hadn't updated, and they still haven't. Not really. A few other mobs like that. The babies, ironically, because they were babies, they had already semi-been adjusted anyway last year. So changing them again this year doesn't make any sense. And, like I said, making them kind of worse. I'm just saying, there's other things that they have that they haven't cleaned up. But instead they're focusing on making the baby animals, I don't even know, because they aren't cute. The bunny, like that one on its own made sense. Updating the bunny model to match up more to the other ones, right? It's like, yeah, sure, fine. But I think the biggest thing to me is, so it's all about, their whole thing is about pixel consistency, but they're even changing the ones from even 1 or 2 updates ago. Well, not 1 or 2, but years ago, I guess. Because you got the camel, right? They changed the baby camel mob look, which feels like that's still that's like 3 years old. This isn't ancient. Some of these are only 5 years. Like they're really and truly under 5 years old. And there's, in theory, the things that are being compared to update to pixel consistency, right? So why are they being updated again as well? And again, this is where I was saying, like, if they're gonna keep doing that, they might as well just do structures. I feel like that'd be even less work than doing. And yeah, some things are great. You get the name tag upgrade, or rather, now you can make them, but at the same time, they clearly don't know what they want to do, so they're just kind of throwing things sort of at the wall, and then instead of seeing what sticks, they just kind of keep going. And that's really not the best way to work on that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm sure there's code in changing the way some structures are built, but like, they're insisting on changing fundamental things, but not something that actually is important to gameplay, like structures. And more specifically, they're important to... Yeah. I don't know. What I'm saying here, though, is it's like, structures need an update because, one, the types of blocks that were existing need to be updated. Loot overall needs to also be potentially updated. Although not the way they're currently doing it, which is just to remove it from the loot pool to be like, yeah. Which kind of falls apart. But yeah, I would say going through some of these structures, we need current ones. Not current, but you know. Been what, 6 years? 7? I mean, it'll be 7 in summer, I guess, but... No, it won't be. Because it was... got our second year of drops this year. Then you had Tricky Trials last 3, 5 years? Maybe? 5 or 6 years. I don't remember how long. No, I'm just trying to figure. No, because the Nether update was in 2020, so 1.18 plus 1.19 would be 2021. So this would be 2022, so this is 4 years old. That's what it is. 4 years old. Honey, cat has, by the way, climbed into my hands. To make it clear, I must cuddle him. Because he is sad. Wanna say hello? Meester, you gotta say hello if you're gonna be in my arms. I do want to finish, but... Anyway. Or not. But yeah. Structures that are, at this point, as old as the mobs. But I also needed a refresh and update. I know. I don't know. Hopefully the next one is better, but I don't feel like there's much guarantee. Because they don't care. They know you'll come back no matter what. And that somebody will buy their merch. And that's the real answer. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It bothers me. I really do think that it's a shame how, well, sometimes little they care about their game. But what can you do? Realistically speaking. Not like I can go back in time. Anyway, I'm gonna go set myself over here so that next time I can remember to continue on with that. I still have to go all the way through all of this. But luckily, we are pretty close. Well, almost. I need to remove all of that, and then from that, I need to clear out all of this, and then it should be enough to start clearing out over there. But hopefully this will actually be started at that point. And then from there, I'll have to decide, do I... Look at this again. Do I just bother to clear out all of this so that then this just matches to here? Because it's not that far back. Put it on the same spot and all that kind of thing. And then that would just kind of all fit together to be like effectively just kind of one big square back here. I am tempted. Well, not square, but you know. Like, I am tempted to do that because it just feels like it could be interesting. But at the same time, I don't know how far back I'd have to go at all. It's what it is. I don't know. Ironically, this is one of those things where I feel like if you had two structures like right next to each other, I feel like they should clear the area in between. Otherwise you get these weird stripes. They make no sense. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And yeah.